Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. We're good? All right, I'm going to. Okay, thanks. Good morning, everyone. My name is Patty. I'm going to be your presenter for the workplace harassment, hostile work environment. I just want to do a quick screen check. I want to make sure that you're all seeing the screen with the course introduction and the goals. Nicole, if you could just, whoops, you got it. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. All right, just a couple of quick little housekeeping comments. We're going to take a break halfway through the training so that you have some discussion points that we're going to go through. I will let you know what those are. But as a way of explaining the training, as you can see, this is on hostile work environment. And one of the important things that we hope to accomplish today is create awareness and prevention so that we can hopefully eliminate any incidents that may occur in the workplace. And as an overview, you can see that we feel effective training can reduce incidents of workplace harassment and hostile work environment, which we'll explain. We're going to provide you with some best practices to help prevent and identify inappropriate behavior, conduct, anything that can create this type of environment early before it escalates to that of actual harassment. And we'll talk about the harassment as it applies to a violation of company policy and an unlawful practice. And We hope to help you identify incidents of illegal harassment again before they escalate. And one of the things that I would like to say is that all employers in the country are mandated to provide a safe and healthy workplace. And that means that it must be free of any discrimination, harassment, or you'll hear more about later, workplace bullying or abusive conduct. And then below, as you can read, harassment harms not only employees, but the employers and others that are involved or in the area overhearing or observing any activity that could be construed as unlawful conduct. And it is not only the employer's, but the employee's responsibility to treat everybody with respect and dignity. And I feel that if we do this on a daily basis, we should have hopefully little or no incidents of this type. So these are going to be our learning objective areas. Some of them we're going to spend a little bit more time on than others. We will go back to school for a little bit to understand the harassment laws. I think it's important to understand where we've come from, where we're at today, and where it looks like we're going in the future in this area. I will again identify harassment as it becomes unlawful, not only a violation of your policy, and I will also explain who the law protects from harassment, because I feel that's a little bit surprising in that we don't always think of all the different people that it protects. It's not just the employees. And then we'll wrap up with best practices for avoiding workplace harassment. After the presentation, Nicole is going to go through your DC Public Library policy in depth, and you'll have more discussion at that point. And at any time during the presentation, if you have questions, you need me to clarify some comments that I've made, please direct that to Nicole and she'll get a message to me and I will do so. There is a little bit of a delay in between the slide and my talking, so it'll take me probably about 30 seconds to get back to you. So let's get started. Again, here's our table of contents, and there are 7 sections that we will go through. We will take a break for your discussion at section 3 so that you can talk about types and forms, and then I will come back and discuss examples myself. My background and career has been 30 years in doing investigations, so I have lots of experience with discrimination and harassment, workplace bullying incidents, and I will give you some examples of that where it's appropriate in the presentation. So to cover the harassment laws, we're going to go through 4 areas that are important. The first one, I'm sure you all know, Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. This is where it all started, rightfully so. And then we have the age discrimination in 1967, and that basically is anyone who is over the age of 40 is in a protective class. And then I'm sure you've all heard of the ADA, Americans with Disability Act of 1990. We'll briefly cover that. And then we'll wrap up with the District of Columbia Human Rights Act of 1977, which is really an expansion of the Title VII Civil Rights Act. So in 1964, Civil Rights Act basically stated that in these 5 categories, an employer could not fail or refuse to hire or discharge an individual because it would create a discriminatory practice and it was unlawful. You'll see in a few more slides where that list has expanded, and again, rightfully so, to protect employees. And then in 1967, we had the Age Discrimination in Employment Act. And as I mentioned a minute ago, anyone over the age of 40 is protected in this class. And this is important, especially in hiring. And so for HR or any supervisor that might be a part of that process, for example, if you're interviewing two applicants for the same position, let's say one is in their 30s and one is in their 40s, but because of the job description and qualifications, your choice is to hire the individual in their 30s. There's no problem in that. However, you just want to make sure that you have documentation that shows the reasoning for why you hired the person in their 30s over their 40s. And that's primarily to protect the employer from that individual if they found out that because they weren't hired, they may claim that it was because of age discrimination. And again, doesn't mean that you can't hire the younger applicant. You just need to show the reasons why you made that choice versus the person in a protected class. And then in 1990, we had the Americans with Disabilities Act, and this covers a lot of different things, but in the employment area, anyone with a physical or mental impairment. And keep in mind, that could be somebody just for a short time that's under a prescription or some sort of a medicine that might give them a disability. And also, you'll hear me talk about the word perception. It could be anybody perceived to have a physical or mental impairment as well. So very, very important. They are in a protective class in all areas of employment. Oops, sorry about that. Clicked too fast. Let me go back. Sorry, I had one more slide for you. Here we go. Okay. Harassment laws, just a little bit more on this. As you can see, the 1964 Civil Rights, again, up at the top. The second bullet is very important, and we'll cover this in depth throughout the presentation because it's become a little bit more prevalent in today's environment in the workplace, and that is that of retaliation. And any individual that has either filed a charge of discrimination or any type of harassment, even with an outside agency such as the EEOC, an individual that might be participating in an ongoing internal investigation at a company, and maybe not even about themselves, it might be about a coworker, or anybody that opposes a discriminatory practice. And about a week ago in the news, there was an individual that had won a discrimination claim at work because what had happened was he was hired at a company where every Monday morning they had a huddle. All the employees would gather around and basically lock arms and say a prayer. And also they were asked individually to share something personal that was going on in their life, be it good or bad, and to, just kind of share it with the group of employees. And this employee felt that that was a little too personal, and he didn't really even want to share in the worship piece with the huddle. And so he opted out, and shortly thereafter, about a week or two, he was discharged from his employment. Obviously, he felt that was retaliation, and he filed a claim. And obviously, the employer was in the wrong in that area. But if somebody obviously does not want to partake in something like that, they should not be, held to that standard. So we have to be conscious of that. As you can see in the next bullet, any stereotype or assumption about the person's abilities, traits, performances, anything to do with their sex, race, age, religion, ethnic group, any disabilities again. So this is just more expansion in the ADA, in the civil rights area. And then the last one you can see, denying them because of a marriage to or an association with somebody of a particular category is a violation of Title VII and is a discriminatory part as well. And again, they bring up religion, and then later on we'll also see political affiliations as well. And again, if you have any questions, please direct them towards Nicole, and she'll shoot me a message. All right, so now on to section 2. So what is harassment as it pertains to being unlawful? Remember, we have a company policy violation, that's one standard, but then it also can become unlawful. And this is very important because somebody can go outside of the organization and file a claim as well, not just an internal matter. So harassment becomes unlawful when, and the important words here are persistent, or if the conduct is severe or pervasive. However, I will say, and you'll hear me say it throughout the presentation, that a single incident could still not only be a violation of company policy, but it could break the law. And an example of that would simply be, and I think it goes without saying, maybe a physical attack, or it could be a verbal altercation that is so full of hostility, profanity, maybe ethnic or racial slurs intended towards that individual that could break the law. It could be a terrorist attack type comment. So there's a lot of different categories today that if you say certain things, it can be against the law. Whereas 10 years ago, it could just be considered that the person had a bad day and we just ignore them. Now you also see below the hostile work environment. This category is, if anything, of harassment or discrimination becomes a point where it interferes with the individual's work performance or their ability to perform their job, that also not only will violate the policy, but can be an unlawful harassment. Again, it just depends on the context of whatever the incident is. So unwelcome conduct, what is that? Let's take a look at the left-hand side of the screen. And as you can see, most of that was the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title VII. And it also has the age 40 or over category, disabilities, the genetic information. But on the other side, we have some other categories that have expanded. And as you can see below, this is the DC Human Rights Act of 1977 as well. So let's look at marital status. Just because somebody's wearing a ring on their ring finger doesn't necessarily mean, number one, that they are married. And number two, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're married to the opposite sex. So if we're going to make a comment about their ring or what we perceive to be as a marital status indication, we want to make sure we know exactly what we are talking about. We don't want to embarrass the person or necessarily, put them on the spot. Personal appearance, this could be anything from just the way they dress, their hair. Again, they may have some sort of a medical condition that alters their personal appearance, whether, permanently or for a short time. So we want to be careful whether we say anything that might be offensive to the person. Same thing with sexual information. There may be some comments made by the individual, but we don't want to make more comment about it unless it's acceptable with that individual. And again, some of these categories are confidential for that of just a need to know basis with HR. So we don't want to have any gossiping or any ridicule of individuals in the workplace. That we say that we don't offend somebody. Gender identity of expression, exactly what it means. However, we have to remember that the gender identity is that what the person believes themselves to be, not what we feel they are. That's very important. And then with family responsibilities, this could be anything from, first off, we should not assume that when we say the word family, that it's a mother and a father. It could be two females, it could be two males. This could be towards extended family. It could be towards elder parents. It could be responsibilities where they have to take care of something with their children, dealing with their education, or maybe any special disabilities with their children as well. Matriculation, obviously, this deals with education for the person that it is intended towards, maybe where they have gone to school, where they're intending, maybe where they have not attended any type of educational university or college. And then we have here political affiliation, but I'd also like to add the religious part as well. Again, we're not saying that you can't have any conversations or make comments in these areas, but we want to make sure, number one, that it's an acceptable conversation with the person that we're having it with, and that if there are other people in the area, we want to make sure that they are not offended by the conversation or the comments as well. So some of these things might be best to have on break or outside or just in a more private area where we're not subjecting an entire department to listen to what it is that we are discussing. So it's very important. And again, sometimes there's people that will make comments or have a outburst in some of these areas and they don't really mean to. And I think that if we just simply approach them and say, hey, listen, I really didn't appreciate the comments that you made earlier today. You please keep those, comments to yourself in the future. Again, treating the person with respect and dignity when we make that comment. I think pretty much if we do that, we won't have any further escalation. The person probably will just stop and keep those comments to themselves. So a hostile work environment is usually a result of any type of harassment or discrimination or abusive conduct. And, as it states here, it could occur when there's repeated incidents of that type of behavior. However, I will continue to go back and reiterate that a single incident could still constitute a hostile work environment, especially if it is a verbal altercation in an area where a lot of other people overhear or see the conduct, or if it's a physical altercation. So if it's intimidating, hostile, or abusive, obviously that would constitute a hostile work environment. And that's something that I don't think any of us want to come to work and face on a daily basis, not even one day a week. So we want to be careful, how we conduct ourselves while we are in the workplace. So further, and as I just mentioned about the single incident, here you have it. Single incident could create that hostile work environment. Obviously, repeated incidents will definitely meet that threshold. And again, one of the things we want employees and supervisors to understand is that we don't want these type of incidents to escalate and create an environment that is unhealthy and unwanted for employees to come to on a daily basis. We want to have a very even keel, type of environment. And again, we have to have good open communication so that when something does occur, we can respond and actually resolve it before it does get out of control or escalates. And as you can see there, employers should make every effort to prevent and respond to complaints. And the DC Public Library, going through this training and having this policy, is taking this serious and wants everybody to understand that they all have a responsibility, that if they have any knowledge of anything that could harm the organization, whether it be financially or an individual in this type of environment, that they have a responsibility to bring forward that incident to a member of management or to HR so that they can resolve the problem as quickly as possible. So they're going to take every complaint serious, and we don't want things to escalate to the point where outside entities have to become involved and take over whatever it is that's happening internally. So if you have any questions in that area, please have an open discussion on that. I think that's important. So from a federal standard point, this is their definition of what is harassment. And again, keep in mind, you first have your company policy, but you also do have the federal unlawful area as well, and is where they don't feel minor insults, annoyances, and isolated incidents really rise to the level of being illegal. It could still be, as I mentioned, a violation of your policy. And at an appropriate time during the presentation and afterwards, when you're going over your policy, you'll probably talk a little bit more about that to understand better, what that might be. But again, a single incident in any of those areas could still rise to the level of being illegal. Your policy is going to be a zero tolerance policy. And so whereas in the past, maybe making some comments or inappropriate behavior may have been acceptable, probably henceforth it will not be. So you'll definitely want to understand what that threshold is, because it will in the future result in some form of disciplinary corrective action up to and including possible termination. So it's very important that you understand the seriousness of this subject, but that you don't become involved in it yourself. And again, if you witness behavior that you feel could possibly fall into this category, you are expected to bring that to the knowledge of management or human resources as soon as possible. So this is what it looks like as far as who the harasser could be, as far as the violator. And it can be obviously a victim's or coworker's supervisor. It could be a supervisor from another area. And keep in mind too that harassment, discrimination, abusive conduct, all of these don't always have to happen face to face. It can be over the telephone. It can be over an email. And I think we've all at some point or another, either ourselves or been the recipient of an email where the entire subject is in capital letters, and it appears as if the person is yelling at us in the email, when in fact they probably made a mistake, hit that button, didn't really look at their email, and hit the button that says send. So obviously a word of caution, we want to first make sure that we read our emails over before we hit send, because I think we all understand that once you hit send, it can't be retrieved or deleted. So we want to make sure that we're not saying inappropriate things, in the email or have on all capital letters. Very important. But if that does happen and we are the recipient of that, it's not a bad thing to call the person or email them back and say, hey, listen, got your message. Just want to ask you, or make sure, did you realize you had the capital letters on it? It appeared as if you were upset or angry. Is there anything that I need to know separate from what's stated here in the message? And usually the person will come back and apologize and say, oh, I did not mean that. And that's the end of the issue. We want to be able to confront some of these very simple incidents again before they escalate to something that, again, being taken out of context, could make the matter worse than it really was in the very beginning. Also, the violator can be coworker to coworker, two individuals that are having a disagreement over something at work. We definitely want to become involved in that and make sure that it doesn't escalate. And then again, it can be any manager from any department in the organization. On the outside, as you can see there, and depending on what your job description is and who you deal with, whether it's your patrons and customers, the public, obviously, any contractors, anybody that you come into contact with on a daily basis can be a violator of the harassment. And keep in mind, just because they're not an employee does not mean that you have to take harassment from them. A lot of employees feel, well, I have to deal with it because they're a patron that frequents the organization and they're important, and I really don't want to say anything. But what you need to do is at least let your manager or HR know. Let them handle speaking to that individual and telling them it's come to their attention that their tone of voice, maybe their comments are a little bit disturbing or inappropriate, and ask them to please stop in the future. And that goes for delivery drivers, maybe the pizza man that's taking lunch in, or whatever the case may be. But just because you don't want to feel uncomfortable with those people as well. So it is important that you bring that incident to the attention of management. So let's cover the emotional effects of harassment. And I've got a pretty extensive list up here. I typically feel this mirrors that of domestic violence. And I'll simply say that, you work with your coworkers on a daily basis, your supervisors, and we pretty much know each other after a period of time. Now, we may not know each other very in depth as far as personal lives, but we do know each other's demeanor and our temperament as far as how we are in the workplace. So obviously, if all of a sudden or throughout a period of time, we start to notice that a coworker or a supervisor or whoever it may be shows any signs of perhaps depression, maybe they have a little bit more anxiety at work with their job than they've had in the past. They may feel a little bit more insecure where in the past they've shown a lot of confidence. Maybe there's some frustration as they're performing their daily duties that didn't show up before. Depending on your relationship with that individual, we really should maybe ask them if everything is okay. And we don't need to know a lot of details. We don't need to know maybe everything that's going on in their personal life that may have caused some of this, but it may not be just their personal life. It may be something that's happening at work that we don't know anything about. But what we want to be able to do is understand that there's a problem and get that to the attention of somebody that can intervene and ask and take care of whatever is going on in this person's life. Because the last thing that we want is for it to get to the last two categories, hatred or anger. Because I think we all realize, if you watch the news and know things that are going on, sometimes throughout the country, there is a lot of, it appears to be, workplace violence. And so these things don't just happen overnight. They take time, and there are definite signs of workplace violence approaching. And if we get this person some help, get some intervention, we probably could head off anything that might not be so favorable in the end. So, again, if you don't feel comfortable asking the person what's wrong or is there anything you can do to help them, at least let HR know so that they can go ahead and take over, intervene, and have the person either get some help or have the whatever the problem is resolved in a very timely manner. Okay, so we're going to take a brief break here so that you can have some discussion points in these areas. And then when I get a message back from Nicole, I will go ahead and cover them myself with some other examples, and we'll continue. Okay, we're back again, ready to continue. I'm going to go through these sections with my examples so that we understand them. But obviously, in each one of these sections, they would violate company policy and possibly the law uh, with harassment and constituting a hostile work environment. So let's go through the first one. So verbal harassment, I think this list looks pretty self-explanatory, and I'll go through just a few of them with some examples. Obviously, threats and intimidation, I think we all understand that. But we have to be careful of degrading descriptions of a person. These may just be general comments that we make to somebody else about an employee or an applicant, maybe even just a patron or somebody from the outside. But what we have to keep in mind again is whereas that conversation with another person may be private, if somebody else overhears it, then obviously they may be the person offended. And we're also not saying here that you can't be complimentary of somebody, but we want to make sure that it's not continuous on a daily basis and it gets to a point where it's annoying to the other person. I have seen some cases where a female coworker constantly got comments from a coworker telling her how nice she looked every day, and he would always make a comment about whatever it was that she was wearing. And finally, again, if you just go ahead and say to this person, listen, and I hope there's not a Johnny there, but listen, Johnny, I appreciate you making comments about my attire, but you really don't have to do so on a daily basis. I appreciate it. So again, that in itself could be inappropriate. Offensive noises and jokes, I think we understand that. That includes whistling or anything that could be offensive, even if it's in a joking manner. And again, if it offends other people in the area. And I think the last two categories are pretty self-explanatory as well. Keep in mind in the area of insults or put downs, this also could be from the standpoint of a supervisor or even a coworker to coworker making comments in front of a group of other employees about somebody's job performance, their lack of a job performance. And if we're going to have those type of conversations, we want to make sure that it's done appropriately in private, or at least with HR present, but not in a group setting where it might make the person feel, without saying, uncomfortable. So physical harassment, unnecessary touching. Most HR will tell you that touching shouldn't be allowed at work at all. And if it is something that is going to occur, that we should make sure that the person that we're going to touch, let's say, for instance, hug, or if we want to go up to someone that's having a bad day and give them that little back massage or rub their neck or whatever, that we make sure that it's okay with them, that we even go ahead and do that, because some people will allow you to do it reluctantly and obviously feel very uncomfortable. We also want to make sure that in the impeding or blocking movements or pathways, a lot of times this is done in a horseplay type situation, but it could also be a safety concern or violation, or it could be intentional, where we want to cause the other person to either drop something or become harmed in some way. So we want to make sure, again, that if that does happen, even if it's in a joking manner, that we just simply say, listen, that wasn't very funny, or I really don't want to have an accident. Please don't do that again. And sometimes that's all it takes, is for us to have that conversation with somebody, that what they're saying or how they're acting is offensive or inappropriate to us. And again, sometimes they do not realize that they're being obnoxious or they're acting out of line. And if they hear it from another individual, they'll go ahead and stop. And that's what we want to avoid. We want to make sure that these type of small incidents don't escalate into something that is out of control. Now, the punching, the pushing, and the slapping, again, could be mere horseplay, fooling around. But in some states, this is assault and battery. And again, you don't know how somebody's feeling. They might have some sort of a sore injury or something, and you go ahead and you punch them or push them or something of that nature. And it just escalates from there because you've caught them off guard and it's a very uncomfortable situation. So again, those are very unacceptable behaviors in the workforce. And the last two, I think they go without saying. Not only are they a violation of law, but definitely against company policy. So visual harassment, a little bit different because as you can see from that list, sometimes you don't think that these items are offensive, but they could be, depending on what they are. And the first one I'll cover is the pictures. You know, we all have pictures of our vacation or of holiday parties, of friends and places we've been, and we think they're wonderful, and we want to bring them in and share them with everybody and put the pictures out on our desk or in our cubicle or wherever our workplace may be. But what we want to just be conscious of is that everybody in the picture is dressed appropriately, that the background is appropriate for others at the workforce to see, and that they may not become offended by it. I've seen some pictures that definitely don't belong at work. And that goes the same for posters, motivating sayings, maybe sayings of a religious or political nature may be very positive to us, but it may offend somebody else in a protected class or somebody that just doesn't want to see that at work. So we want to be conscious of that. I'll go down to letters. That could cover emails. Again, I mentioned earlier, just make sure you read your emails and that they are appropriate in the wording and what it is you're trying to convey. We want to make sure that we're not sending inappropriate materials through our email system. I'll tell you briefly of a case I was involved in several years ago. There was an individual employee, Michael, who got a cartoon of a pornographic nature from a friend of his outside of the organization. And of course, he opened it. He thought it was very funny, and he wanted to share it with a coworker, Matt. So he went through his address to try and send it to Matt. And in his haste to do so, he clicked on Michelle instead. And so obviously the email went to his coworker, Michelle. Well, they worked right near each other, and he could look out his window in his office and see her office. And he actually saw when she got the email, because the look on her face was obviously in shock. And he got up quickly and he went over to her office and he apologized and told her what had happened, that it came from a friend and he was sending it to somebody else, and it went to her by accident. And that was the end of the situation. Or so he thought. About 18 months later, Michelle was terminated from the organization for a substance abuse problem and other issues that happened, and she left the organization, obviously disgruntled, and got herself an attorney and sued the company. And what was in that lawsuit? That email. She saved it for 18 months. And what she alleged was that this was the environment at the company, that this type of email sharing or situation was very common amongst the employees, that management never said anything against it. And obviously it put the company in a very awkward situation to have to defend, because this was the first time they ever even knew that this had occurred. So what should have happened in that case, obviously, it was an accident. But first off, Michael shouldn't have been getting emails like that at work, and he shouldn't have been sending them to coworkers. That was a violation of policy. But when he went over and he talked to Michelle and he apologized, he could have asked her to delete it. Not that it could have been completely deleted, but then what he could have done and should have done was then go to his supervisor, as embarrassing as it may have been, and recognizing that he may have received some sort of disciplinary action for what happened. told them what happened, so that at least there would have been some documentation on that of the company. They may have gone to Michelle and had a little counseling with her, make sure that she understood the situation, that it was an accident, so that 18 months later, when they were hit with this litigation and this erroneous claim of what their environment was like when it wasn't, they would have had documentation to show that it was an isolated incident, that it was properly taken care of at the time through counseling and corrective action. And obviously, it would have saved them a lot of grief in the long run. So again, it might have been embarrassing, but he should have went to management. And I think the rest of the list is pretty much self-explanatory. Magazines, just make sure what's on the cover is appropriate. Obviously, Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition is not appropriate for the workplace, okay? Choose a different magazine. So different types and forms, the nonverbal type, and I think this picture sums it up pretty well. The female there could be an applicant. She could be a supervisor, a coworker, but you can see in the background, the two gentlemen are either making comments of a joking manner or whatever it is that they're saying, obviously is inappropriate. And the other people in the background may be overhearing or obviously observing that conduct, and they may be offended by it. So we want to be conscious again of where we're at, what we're saying, and how we appear to other people in the workforce. So body movements, I think that goes without saying. Facial expressions, we need to be very careful. That includes raising our eyebrows or making mouthing word comments towards somebody as they walk by. Electronic messages, I've kind of covered that with email, but that also goes for texting, other people that might see the messaging, any type of social media, even though it may be a personal Facebook account. If you're talking about a coworker or making derogatory comments about the company, that's obviously probably going to be a violation of policy. So we want to make sure we have their permission or we're not saying things that are obviously negative. And then any type of, and I would say this also falls into retaliation, but any type of property damage against the company itself through sabotage or the person's personal property is unacceptable. And a quick story on that, there was a female coworker who was repeatedly asked out on a date by a male coworker. She told him no on all those occasions, explained to him she was in another relationship. Thank you very much for being interested, but please don't ask me again. And he kept it up. Well, she never went to management and told them that this was happening. And he, of course, had his feelings very much hurt by her turning him down repeatedly. So he got mad one day and he took a Sharpie permanent marker and he went to her office area, and where she had all her pictures of her friends and her family and her cubicle displayed, he put X's through all the faces of the individuals. And then he was even more angry that she broke his heart, that he took a little stuffed bear that she had on her desk area and he put a pin through the heart to let her know that she had obviously hurt him very much. Well, this is a very obviously disturbed individual that needed some type of intervention on his issues, but we don't want things to get out of control to that degree. So whenever something like that happens, you definitely want to go to HR at least, or your manager if you feel comfortable, and let them know of the behavior so that if something does happen, at least there has been some knowledge put forward to the appropriate parties. Other forms of harassment, we talked about this briefly in the beginning, but this is something that has come into awareness in the workplace. It's probably been going on for decades, but now it's come to the point where it has to be covered in all training that deals with harassment, and that is that of workplace bullying, and there's your definition of it up there. Keep in mind, again, even in this instance, a single incident can constitute a violation in this area. And it starts typically with the first bullet, verbal abuse. And we're not talking about yelling down the hallway, asking somebody to save us a seat in the lunchroom. We're talking about verbal abuse, maybe from coworker to coworker, supervisor to the coworker, whatever the case may be, where they're yelling at the person, maybe pointing their finger at the person, getting in their face, so to say, profanity, demeaning, insults, really creating a very humiliating and intimidating environment. And that in itself, as we talked about earlier, is not only going to be a violation of policy, but it could break the law depending on what the context is. You can also see on the last bullet any type of interference with the person's job, any sabotage towards that individual's position that might get them in trouble with their supervisor, so that they don't get a promotion or consideration for a raise. So we have to be very careful that that doesn't happen as well. And as you can see down below, as I mentioned, bullying can become unlawful harassment. So it's very, very important. And again, we all have the responsibility, if we see it occurring to somebody else, that we just don't turn our back and pretend we didn't see or want to be involved. We have an obligation to bring that type of behavior to the attention of HR or management so that they can take measures to correct whatever has occurred. So who is protected? I brought up earlier that you might be surprised here because we typically feel that it's only the employees at the company that are protected in types of discrimination and harassment. And as you can see, full-time, part-time, temporary employees are definitely protected, rightfully so, but also our independent contractors, anybody that comes onto the property, whether it's somebody to do some extensive landscaping or construction work, whether they're there for a day or for an extended period of time, they're protected from harassment. And so are the employees protected from harassment that they may direct towards employees as well. So remember, I brought up earlier, if you feel that you are the recipient of their harassment, you have an obligation to let management know so they can take corrective action. Job applicants, that's more for the HR area, but they're protected as well. And then that third party non-employee, very important. That could be, again, delivery drivers, a patron, anybody that is not directly an employee of the libraries, but they're on the property. So anybody that you come into contact with on a daily basis while you're working is protected. And again, remember, it doesn't have to be face-to-face. This could be contact over the phone or over email as well. So keep that in mind. And then importantly, and I've brought it up several times, but please remember, the victim does not have to be the person harassed, because that person may not even care. But it may be the person that's watching the behavior or overseeing it and feels that it's so inappropriate that it offends them and makes them upset. So we have to keep that in perspective as well. So retaliation, we've touched on it a few times, but here it is in black and white. There's a short definition, but very powerful: negative action. And then I've put a list up there for you of what employees may feel is a retaliatory behavior towards them. And obviously termination, demotion, suspension. It could all start with a negative evaluation. Now, remember, if this employee is in that protective class, such as they have filed a claim, they're a party to an investigation or an internal inquiry of something that's happening at the company. But if they're not performing their job, they're coming in late, they're disrupting the workforce, they're just not following direction, management still has an obligation and an exercise to take against that employee, regardless of whatever they are doing in those other areas. But we want to make sure during, for instance, that negative evaluation, that it is clear to that person that the evaluation has nothing to do with their participation in the protected categories, that this is purely for job performance reasons, and we want to make sure that we have good documentation in that area in case they come back and say that whatever happened to them was a form of retaliation. And then, of course, we don't want to take retaliation against an employee in any of these areas for something they may have said or done either to us or to others. So what do you do if you suspect retaliation? Obviously, you want to go to a supervisor or HR. And again, you're going to go through this procedure later on so that you understand who that representative would be. But the first thing I would say is that you ask for the retaliation to stop. Because again, the person may not even realize their behavior is retaliatory. And we want to make it clear to them that that's what we feel that it is, and that we want them to stop. We want to make sure, however, even in a single incident, that we have some sort of documentation. When it happened, where, were there any possible witnesses to what occurred, so that if it does escalate or when we go to management, we can basically say, this is what happened. Here's some notes I made about the situation. I asked them to stop, and I hope at this point that's as far as we need to go. However, unfortunately, if it is not resolved, employees or anyone has the right to seek assistance from a governmental agency, such as the EEOC and others outside of the organization. However, for as much as possible, we want to handle these situations internally, because it's better for the organization and for everybody that's involved. Because once it gets to an outside agency, not only is it a very overwhelming and lengthy proposition to get resolved, it also is very expensive. And it, for the victim and any witnesses that were involved in what happened, it is something that is relived over and over again. And it may be years before it's resolved. It's not a very quick process. So if it can be resolved internally, that is the best recourse. So we're going to go through this section quickly, and then we're going to take a short break so you can discuss some of it. And then we have 2 more sections left in the presentation. So as you can see up there on the screen, the DC Public Library has a zero tolerance policy towards the harassment and hostile work environment. And you can see below what that means as far as violating the law and the policy. But again, remember, and you're going to talk more about this, a single incident could be that violation. And then we're going to talk about the conditions of employment, that they are not altered as a result of the harassment, because that would culminate in a tangible employment action. We're going to go through that definition here shortly. And remember, as that bottom says, that it's not just the person being affected by the conduct, it's other people in the area. Very, very important. So here's the harassment, hostile work environment claim elements. This is the definition of the complainant and what they were involved in. And again, it's got to meet this threshold. So we went through those categories of what they looked like. And so this is the person who says that they've been offended. So we have to understand what category that is and whether it was intimidating or hostile to them, and did it create an offensive work environment. The unwelcome conduct, that was that big list of all the protective different categories. So did it affect them in any way as far as their condition for employment or their environment? that they were working in. And as it applies to the tangible employment action, here we have the definition for supervisor, which goes without saying. I think we understand what those duties are. But if the person, the coworker, is had any change, any significant change in their duties, in their benefits, their time off, any opportunities that may be there at the workforce, obviously that would fall into this category. And you'll be able to talk more about how this applies specifically to the library. And so, similar to the list of retaliation, here are some examples of the tangible employment actions. And there are more, but I want to just again, so that you understand, bring the attention to just making sure that any employment action qualifies as tangible if it results in a significant change in employment status. And it definitely applies to the benefits, the compensation, or any significant change in work assignment. Not that your desk is being changed to a different area, but we're talking about the actual work assignment itself. All right, so I'm going to take a brief break here so you can cover some of that in more discussion, and I'll wait to hear back when to wrap up the last couple of sections. Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and continue here. And again, if you have any questions, please direct them towards Nicole. But as you can see up on the screen, we definitely want to have a clear understanding of what the DC Public Library's written policy is on harassment and hostile work environment. And we're not saying that you definitely have to memorize word for word what's in the policy, but you definitely need to understand the basics. Because what we don't want, for instance, for supervisors, is if an employee comes to you and asks you a question about a possible incident that might be happening, that we give an incorrect answer. So I would recommend that if someone comes to you with a question that you're not sure of how to answer, direct them to HR so that they can help them with whatever that answer might be. Because the last thing we want, of course, is giving them the incorrect answer, and then it comes back to haunt us later on because whatever we said was not accurate for that particular situation. And then I think it goes without saying that we need to behave accordingly. And as I mentioned in the very beginning of the presentation, I really am a firm believer that if we all treat each other, meaning coworkers and supervisors, with respect and dignity on a daily basis at work, that it probably will help diminish any possible incidents that may constitute a hostile work environment, which is very important. We want to have a safe workplace to go to every day, but a very comfortable place to be at as well. And remember, in the last number here, number 3, we all have a responsibility to report any inappropriate behavior either to our supervisor or directly to human resources. Because if something does escalate and get out of control and it leads to a situation that is negative, the organization and those that may have been aware of it, knew or should have known, can be held liable. So we definitely want to make sure that not only do we get that information to HR or supervision in an appropriate time manner, but that they have the time to resolve and rectify the situation so that it doesn't escalate. And then remember, what one person perceives as acceptable behavior may not be to the other. Let's face it, we all have different thresholds of what we feel is acceptable or inappropriate, so we want to be conscious of that. So what can an employee do? And I think we've covered this a little bit, but we're going to review again because it's very important that if we say no or stop in the very beginning to the person that might be harassing us or making inappropriate comments, typically and hopefully that will be all it takes to stop the behavior. But if it doesn't, we definitely want to make sure, especially if we're going to be going forward to supervision or to HR, that we document the date, the time, the location, any evidence of the behavior, any witnesses that HR can speak with about the incident so that they can get to the bottom of whatever it was that happened, to corroborate whatever it is that the victim is saying happened. So that's very, very important. We want to make sure we have the type of language that was used, what type of harassment it was, and we want to make sure that and you're going to talk about this, but you want to make sure that you use your complaint process according to the policy and go to the appropriate personnel. And remember, unfortunately, if it can't be resolved internally, there are outside agencies that HR can provide you with to go to. But again, I mentioned it earlier, if we can handle these complaints internally, that's best for not only the people involved, but for the organization. So when you go through the review of your policy today, it's going to cover all these different areas of, obviously you're going to have your definitions. I encourage you in number 2 for examples to maybe have some situation role play, but definitely have any conversation to make sure that you definitely understand the thresholds of inappropriate behavior that could lead to harassment or a hostile work environment. You're definitely going to talk about your complaint procedures. I'll touch briefly here on confidentiality. And I think we've talked enough about retaliation, and everybody understands that your policy is a zero tolerance policy. So this is what it looks like on the screen in color. The only thing that might be missing here is that in between complaint and HR is you may go to the supervisor first, depending on the context or what the complaint is. But HR at this point then is going to make a determination of whether they handle it internally as an investigation or an inquiry, or whether they have to go outside and have a third-party investigation or have labor and employment attorneys involved, maybe insurance companies, workers' comp, and unfortunately, if it's a severe situation, law enforcement. HR is also going to make the determination moving forward with the investigation or inquiry as to who they provide details to on a need-to-know basis. So if we want to get an update on what's going on, which I encourage that you stay involved in what's happening, make sure that you go through HR and they will let you know appropriately. So confidentiality, briefly, especially when you're in supervision capacity, if you have an employee that comes up to you and says, listen, Mr. Supervisor, Ms. Supervisor, I need to tell you about something that's happening. However, I really need it to be confidential and off the record. Can I talk to you off the record? Well, we can't do that. Obviously, being in supervision, any employee that comes forward with something that is important that could, again, lead to some sort of litigation or harm against the organization financially or any individuals that work there, we have to make sure that they understand that there's going to be other people involved in this situation, that it will be kept as confidential as possible as far as details, but that there are going to be other parties involved. Unfortunately, there's going to be not only the person that's coming forward with a complaint, but there's going to be the person that is accused, anybody that was a witness or was in the area at the time of whatever it was that occurred. And then there may be outside parties that are going to need to be involved, whether it's attorneys, workers' comp, insurance companies, any other agencies that become involved. And if it does go outside to perhaps the EEOC and other agencies, then it becomes public record and it's not confidential as far as the details at that point either. So supervision in HR is also going to tell those involved in the process that it is confidential, and that if it is determined that they have broken that confidentiality, it's not only impeding with an internal investigation, but it's against the company policy. So we want to make sure that those involved in the process are keeping the details confidential between them. And again, HR is going to make the determination and make that communication to all of those involved in the actual process. So here we are, Section 8, our final section, best practices. And again, I think we all understand this area, but again, it starts with having that clear understanding of the policy on harassment, which, as you understand, covers all of the discrimination, the workplace bullying, any abusive conduct. We want to make sure that moving forward that everybody is treated the same, that there's no disparate treatment, meaning that we treat one person differently than somebody else because of their position or because of maybe their tenure with the library. We're going to make sure that all complaints, regardless of what we feel is frivolous or maybe not a big deal or maybe blown out of proportion, but that all complaints are taken serious and that there is immediate action taken by the organization as far as what is going to be taken to resolve the situation. For supervisors and even coworkers, we want to make sure that we avoid our personal biases or beliefs. Just because one person appears to always be a good employee doesn't mean that maybe there's an incident where we feel, oh my goodness, I can't believe that Johnny actually did that. We don't want to make comments like that. And we want to make sure that, especially in supervision, that we allow HR to do the investigation to determine who it is that might be liable for whatever the complaint is. And for all parties, we want to make sure that we have proper documentation and that we have accurate records of everything that happened. We want to make sure that everybody tells the whole truth, not partial truths, and that if there's any evidence that can corroborate whatever happened or clear the individual of the allegation, that we bring that forward to management. And that would be emails, again, any text messages, anything, any witnesses, anything, like I said, that can help HR with their inquiry or investigation. And so as a rule that we should all remember, obviously we don't want to allow retaliation in the workplace, but we ourselves don't want to engage in retaliation. We want to be a role model, but more importantly, I think we all need to be conscious of our behavior in the workforce, especially as it pertains to being offensive to other people that may be observing or overhearing whatever the conversation or conduct is that we're having at the time. And again, I think that if we all have good communication and we treat each other with respect and dignity on a daily basis, it makes it just a better place to be at for everyone. Okay, well, that concludes my presentation of the workplace harassment, hostile work environment training. I'll stay online live here for a minute or two to make sure there's no questions. And I thank you all for being here, and enjoy the rest of your day. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Patty. I'm going to be your trainer for the workplace harassment, hostile work environment presentation today. Just a couple of housekeeping comments, and that is there is a short delay in between the slide and me speaking. So if there is a question or you need me to clarify a comment that I've made, please direct that to Nicole, who will get a message to me, and then I'll respond as quickly as possible. We're going to take 2 short breaks during the presentation today so that you can have some internal discussion on the content that we are covering. And then at the end of the presentation, you're going to cover your new DC Public Library harassment policy. So let's go ahead and get started. This is our introduction and our goals. And as you can see in the goals, we hope to create awareness and prevention, and obviously guidance for a work-free harassment and hostile work environment. You probably all know, but across the country, all employers are mandated to have a safe and healthy work environment. And so under that, of course, falls now harassment and hostile free environment. And as an overview, I would like to say that we feel that effective training can hopefully reduce incidents of workplace harassment or hostile work environment. We want to also provide you with some best practices to prevent and hopefully identify any inappropriate behavior, comments, or behavior early enough so that it does not escalate to where it not only becomes a violation of your harassment policy, but that it does not become unlawful. And we'll learn a little bit about that later on here in the presentation. You know, as it states there, harassment does harm not only the employees, the employer, but anybody else that's in the area or involved. So it could be outside entities such as your patrons and customers, anybody that you come into contact while at work. And another comment, as you can see up there, it is everybody's responsibility, not just supervision, but all employees' responsibility to not only treat everybody with respect and dignity, but to bring forward to management any incidents they feel are inappropriate, so that again, it does not cross the threshold and violate the policy or become illegal. This is a very important and serious area to remember. So this is our list of learning objectives for today. Some of them I'm going to go through in more depth than others. I will be going through the harassment laws. It'll be like going back to school for a little bit, but I think it's important that we all understand where this has all started, where we are today, and where it's going to be in the future. I'll also talk a little bit more about how harassment becomes unlawful, not just against your company policy. We will take a break around the types and forms of harassment. And then when we come back, I will go through my examples of what those look like. My background is 30 years of doing investigations in the areas of discrimination, harassment, and workplace bullying or abusive conduct. So I will share with you some examples of some of those cases that I worked on. And whereas they may seem outrageous, they actually did happen, and it will give you an idea of where some of these small incidents can actually turn into some serious problems. We're going to take a look at who the law protects from harassment, which you may find a little surprising. And then we'll wrap up with best practices, and then you'll go ahead and be covering your actual policy with Nicole. So like I said, we're going to start with Section 1, the harassment laws. And keep in mind, we will take a break at Section 3. And then you'll see we have 7 sections altogether. Okay, so let's start with the federal law. We have 4 areas here that are pertinent to harassment. The first one, where it all started, Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. We're going to cover the age discrimination from 1967, and basically anyone over the age of 40 falls into a protective class in this area. I'm pretty sure you all know the Americans with Disabilities Act, but we'll take a look at that briefly, and then we will wrap up with the District of Columbia's Human Rights Act of 1977, which is an expansion of Title VII. So in 1964, this is where it all began, and Title VII basically stated in these 5 categories that an employer could not discriminate against refusing to hire or to discharge an individual in these areas, and rightfully so. In 1967, we had, as I mentioned earlier, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, and that basically protects anybody who is over the age of 40 from employment discrimination based on their age. And a brief example of that would simply be an applicant that's applying for a job, one that maybe is in their 30s and one that's in their 40s. And depending on what the criteria for the job is, the 30-year-old is selected. We just want to make sure that depending on who is involved in that process, be it HR and perhaps a supervisor, that there is proper documentation that shows that the reason is not because the person was younger, that it had to do with their skill set, perhaps education, or whatever the criteria, like I mentioned, was for the job. Because what we don't want is for that older person to come back and claim that they were discriminated against because of their age. So we definitely want to make sure that we have good guidelines and documentation. And then, like I mentioned, in 1990, the ADA came into effect. And as you read there, obviously it protects all individuals in all areas of employment from being disqualified with a disability. But one word that you'll hear me use throughout the presentation is also the perception of being in this category. So anybody that has a physical or a mental impairment, they may be limited in some areas than other, maybe some learning disabilities, or it appears as if they may have a disability, also puts them into this protected area. Could also be somebody that's under medication or some sort of prescription from a doctor that's only for a short period, but they're obviously in a disability. So you want to be very careful that we not only not discriminate against them, but that we don't ridicule or have any inappropriate conversation with them about their disability. Unless, of course, they initiate it and they are comfortable with that. So some more on the harassment laws. And obviously the first bullet pertains back to the Title VII, and there's so the ADA and the discrimination on age. But the second bullet we're going to talk more about later on, but it's very, very important in the workforce that we don't have any retaliation against any individual that has filed a charge of discrimination, or they may be participating in some sort of internal inquiry or investigation that maybe they're not really a party to, but they were a witness to, or anybody that opposes some sort of practice that they find discriminatory for whatever reason that may be. And I'll give you a brief example there. I actually just saw this in the news a couple of weeks ago. There was a male employee who got a job somewhere where Every Monday they would have a huddle, and everybody would kind of stand around in a circle and lock their arms and say a prayer for the new work week. And then they would have to go around one by one and talk about something either positive or negative that was occurring in their life on a personal basis, not to do with work, but personal. And he, of course, did not feel comfortable participating in this and opted out of the practice. And shortly thereafter, he was terminated. And of course, they gave him one reason, but he felt that it was because he did not take part in this huddle that they had. And obviously, they found in his favor because he actually asked not to take part, and they basically told him that he needed to, and then, of course, was terminated. So that, of course, would violate his rights. In the third bullet, you can take a look at that one as far as stereotypes or assumptions. Again, let's put in the word perceptions about anybody's, again, the sex, the race, the age. We have now in their religion, ethnic groups. Also, this could pertain to anybody's political affiliations as well, and anybody's assumption of their genetic information. We'll cover that here in a minute also. And then in the last one, you can see that if anybody's discriminated or denied an employment opportunity because of a marriage to any of those categories, they also are fall under a protected class as well. And in this one, it also brings up participation in schools, places of worship, again, in any of those different groups. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there's two things that we'll discuss, and not only will we cover the violation of company policy, which will clearly be presented to you and you'll read it for yourselves, but there's also, we have to be concerned with breaking the law when it comes to harassment. And as you can see up there, it is persistent offensive conduct. However, I'm going to tell you another word that you'll hear quite a bit is that if there is a single incident that is severe or pervasive enough to create an intimidating, hostile, or abusive work environment, that also could be a violation of the law. And that would be, for an example, something that is maybe a physical altercation, where obviously maybe even law enforcement would have to be involved, but it could be a severe verbal altercation where somebody just goes off on another employee and is yelling and screaming, pointing their finger at them, and perhaps using profanity. And it could be a terrorist type threat, things that were acceptable 10 years ago for people to say in the workplace are not acceptable today because of the context. So we have to be very, very conscious of the language that we use and how we conduct ourselves. And then, of course, in the hostile work environment, if it interferes with an individual's ability to perform their job, that obviously is not good and needs to be addressed, or if it adversely impacts their employment opportunities. And we'll take a look at that because retaliation is pretty much involved in that violation as well. So harassment is unwelcome conduct that is based on, and here's a pretty extensive list. And as you can see on the left side, pretty much those are the categories that are a violation of Title VII, Civil Rights Act of 64, and the ADA, and the age discrimination as well. We also have down there genetic information that might be disclosed. And let's start on the right-hand side and cover, first off, the marital status. Just because someone is wearing a ring on their ring finger, we must keep in mind that does not mean that maybe they're married. And we also should be conscious of the fact that it may not mean they're married to the opposite sex. So we want to make sure that before we say something to the individual that we know, number one, they are married and who it is that they're married to. Now, in this situation of personal appearance, this could be anything from their style of dress. It could be maybe their hair. It could be maybe their appearance is altered because of some medication that they're on. We want to make sure that we don't make any comments to the individual that might be offensive or embarrassing. But it also could be, on the other side, where we overdo the compliments to a person on how nice they look, or pick out a certain area of where they look nice. I'm not saying that you cannot tell people that you look nice today and that's a pretty color on you, but we just want to make sure that we're not overdoing it and making them feel uncomfortable by our comments. Sexual information, again, that needs to be a conversation that is wanted by the individuals. But if we find out information in this area about somebody, obviously we don't want to gossip or talk about it with other individuals that it may not be intended for. Some of these areas are kept confidential and should just be with HR. So we want to make sure that we're not, spreading any rumors or, like I said, gossiping about people as far as any of these categories. And with the gender identity of expression, it's as it says, but we have to keep in mind that the person's gender is what they feel it is and not what we might perceive it to be. Very important. And family responsibilities, just briefly, again, a family is not necessarily always today a mother and a father. It could be male, male, it could be female, female. It could include their extended family. It could be their elder parents. It could be family responsibilities that have to do with situations occurring at school with their children that might be confidential. So we want to be conscious of that as well. Matriculation, as far as education or institutions that one has attended or intends to attend. And then, of course, we have here political affiliations, but I'd also like to add religious worship as well. We want to make sure that we don't criticize or perhaps talk about somebody's affiliations if it's not a something that they want us to talk about. Now, again, in those areas, we're not saying that you can't talk about these things at work, but you want to make sure that the conversation is welcomed. And you want to make sure that if there are other people in the area that are overhearing your debate or your conversation or your jokes in this area, that obviously it's not offensive. And, we may want to take these conversations at lunch or on break and make sure that we're in an area where other people don't have to listen to what we're discussing. So what is a hostile work environment? Well, as you can see there, it is when there are repeated incidents of workplace harassment. However, I will say, again, please keep in mind that a single incident could create a hostile work environment. It just depends on the content and the context of which it was when it happened. One of the things we have to remember that if we hear comments or see behavior that we feel is offensive, that we shouldn't let it keep going on and on, that at some point we should, and hopefully very early on, we let the person know that we do find it offensive, that we would like them to stop the behavior. And a lot of times what I have found in these type of cases is if that had occurred early on, there would not have been any escalation to where the harassment would have led to a hostile work environment. One thing is that employers don't want employees to feel uncomfortable when they come to work, but we have to be conscious of each other's behavior, and we have to let management know when we find it to be inappropriate so that immediate and corrective action can be taken to resolve the situation. So there you have another in-depth definition of what a harassment, hostile work environment looks like. And you should understand too that employers need to take every effort to prevent and respond to every complaint, which DC Library will do. Again, as I bring up, the single incident can be offensive enough to not only violate the policy, but perhaps break the law. So we want to make sure that we do stop the harassment before it reaches that threshold. And again, you're going to go over some examples between yourselves to see what constitutes that. Because one of the things you'll see throughout the presentation as well is we all have a different threshold of what we feel is unacceptable or offensive. And so we want to make sure that we don't cross that line. Now, from a federal standard, this is typically what they put as their defining line of what harassment is. But again, as a violation of policy, minor insults, name calling, anything that might make a person feel uncomfortable may meet that standard. And the DC Public Library does have a zero tolerance policy, which you're going to go over later on. And so you'll understand what that threshold is going to be, where a person could be subjected to disciplinary action, corrective action, up to and including possible termination. So if it makes somebody feel intimidated or uncomfortable, if the person can't perform their job because of whatever activity is occurring around them, then it will constitute a hostile work environment, which is obviously a form of harassment. So what do the violators look like? Here's a short list here we'll cover quickly. Obviously, it could be the victim's supervisor. It could be a supervisor from another area. The one thing I will say for all of this is that harassment does not have to occur face-to-face. It can be over the telephone. It can be through email. I'm sure we've all had a circumstance in our careers where we've gotten an email from somebody where perhaps they left the all caps lock on and it appears as if they're yelling at us in the email, or they use too many exclamation points to get a point across. It may be unintentional, but if we don't address it when it happens and we allow it to either continue or we feel that it was intended as yelling, we may never know that the person just had made, it was accidental and it wasn't intentional at all. So it's not a bad idea to say to them back in the email or call them on the phone and say, listen, I got your correspondence earlier today. I don't know whether you noticed it, but you had your caps lock on and it appeared as if you were yelling. I definitely understand where you're coming from, but if there's something else I need to know, please let me know. And again, they probably will apologize and the incident should go no further. I think it goes without saying, coworker to coworker, having any conflicts between themselves. Again, if somebody is observing the conduct, they either want to say something to management or at least say something to the coworkers. Hey, you guys are talking a little loud, you're disrupting other employees, etc. So again, what we want to try and do is always handle these type of incidents internally so it doesn't need to be handled outside of the organization. And then from an external standpoint from the organization, depending on what your job duties are and who you interact with during your workday, it can be a patron, a customer, it can be a delivery driver, could be the person that is bringing in pizza for the employees. We don't need to take harassment from them, and obviously they don't need to take it from us. But if they are making inappropriate comments, such as delivery driver or somebody that comes in and makes comments to us that we feel are uncomfortable, we want to make sure that we let somebody know about it, because we don't want to maybe handle it ourselves. It might make us feel uncomfortable, but HR or supervision needs to know, so that, again, even in that area, it doesn't escalate. And again, maybe they don't realize they're being obnoxious or what they're saying is inappropriate. And if they hear it, that should make them stop. So let's take a look here at this list of emotional effects of harassment. And I typically feel that this mirrors that of domestic violence. But let's face it, we all work with each other all day long, day in and day out. We pretty much know each other. Maybe not every personal detail about each other, but we know the temperament and the disposition of our coworkers. So if for some reason throughout a period of time we notice the person starts appearing to be depressed, or they're showing a little bit of anxiety while at work, maybe they are acting a little insecure, or they've always been confident in the past, or maybe they're frustrated with their job. It may not always be a situation from the outside or something that's personal. It may be something that's happening at work and they just haven't said anything, or we personally haven't seen anything. So it's not it's okay to ask the person what's wrong. Not that we need to hear every personal detail if it's something outside of the workforce, but if it's something that's happening at work, we definitely want to make sure we get that information to management or HR as soon as possible. Because the last thing we want to have happen are the last two on the list: hatred or anger. Because I think we all know where that will lead. It's on the news every once in a while, and it's workplace violence. And that is something that we definitely don't want to have happen. Because let me tell you, from all the years that I've done these type of cases, it just doesn't happen overnight. There are signs all along the way, but a lot of times employees don't want to get involved or they don't want to say anything. But we do have an obligation to the organization if there is something that we see or know that could possibly hurt the organization financially, or somebody within the organization, such as a workplace violence situation. If we can get that information to management or HR, they can go ahead and intervene and hopefully resolve the situation so it doesn't escalate to that of something very negative. The last thing we want to do is be that person that knew about something, didn't do anything, something bad happens, and then we could potentially be held liable for not reporting that information to the appropriate parties. So here's our first breaking point. We have 5 areas here that constitute different forms of harassment. And after you all go through your internal discussion, Nicole will let me know when to begin again. And then I will go through and give you different examples of these different areas. Okay, we're going to go ahead and continue. As you can see, we have the 5 categories up here that are situations that can occur to create a hostile work environment. I'm going to go through each of these and give you a few examples of those. So in verbal harassment, I think it's pretty self-explanatory, some of the things on this list. But let's take a look at somebody who has had degrading descriptions of themselves made by other employees. Obviously, those are things that are unacceptable in the workplace, and we should be very careful how we categorize or talk about other people at work. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't, like I said earlier, tell somebody that they look nice, but we want to be careful of anything that is negative. Obviously, any offensive noises or jokes, and I think we can all attest to that, whistling or any other types of noises made when somebody walks by or just in general are unacceptable, especially if they are directed at somebody intentionally, and the person obviously appears to be bothered by whatever that may be. And of course, any jokes that are about anything that is discriminatory is unacceptable, no matter when. And then in the last one, because I think the rest are self-explanatory, any insults or put downs, we want to be very careful here too, that even if we're in a room full of our peers and we may be talking about quotas or jobs or something like that, that we don't insult anybody in front of other employees in a negative way. We want to make sure if we need to have any conversations that have to do with job performance, that it's done in private or with HR, and that we don't insult the person in front of any coworkers. Okay, so physical harassment. The first one is unnecessary touching. Most of HR that I come into contact with basically feel that touching anybody at work is unacceptable and shouldn't occur. However, if you're going to give somebody a hug, or if you're going to give somebody a little back massage or a little neck massage because they're having a little bit of anxiety throughout the day, you want to make sure that number one, it's allowed, but number two, that this person is okay with you even touching them. They may act as if it's okay, but perhaps they may feel that what you're doing is unacceptable. So we want to be very, very careful when we touch anybody at work. And if we're going to give them a hug, we want to make sure that it's what they call a side hug and not a frontal hug. So, definitely make sure that you approach the person and ask them if it's okay that you give them a hug. The other one that I know we've talked about in the past is just people that come up and invade your space and get a little too close to you. So that's not necessarily on this list, but we definitely want to keep in mind of our personal space and not to be too close to people when we're talking to them at work. And then the impeding or blocking movements or pathways. Obviously, I've seen this in a horseplay situation, just kidding around, but it could create a safety situation for employees. And then there are employees that do it intentionally to hopefully cause the person to drop what they're carrying, or just to be obnoxious. And again, that's a situation we want to just simply say to the person, listen, I really don't appreciate you blocking my path. I know you're trying to be funny, but I don't find it acceptable at this point. And then the next three, the punching, the pushing, and the slapping, I think that goes without saying that we don't do that at work. Again, it may be intended as funny, going up and slapping somebody on the back, asking them how they are. But obviously, in some states, this can be considered assault and battery. And then again, we don't know whether the person has perhaps a pain in an area that we've touched them on, or they're under medication. And by doing any of these things, obviously could aggravate it. But just in general, those are things to stay away from. And the last two on the list, I think, go without saying. Not only are a violation of policy, but it would break the law. And obviously, law enforcement would be called to intervene at that point. Now, visual harassment. Here's a nice list for you of different things that you might have at work or be aware of as far as visual. But when it comes to harassment, let's cover a few of them. Number one, the pictures. So I can't tell you how many times I've been at a client's place of business, and I'm in their office, or I walk through their offices and I see pictures on people's desks that you may feel are your family and friends and your vacation, and everything looks like everybody's having a really good time. But we want to make sure that they're appropriate to have out on our desk or in our cubicle for other people to see. We want to make sure that the people in the picture have appropriate clothing on. We want to make sure that the background is appropriate as well. And again, it needs to be in good taste. That goes for the same for posters, because sometimes even though we may find the sayings or pictures to be motivating, they may be offensive to other people, especially if they are of a political or a religious nature that may not be acceptable to all the co-workers in the workplace. And then letters, that could also be emails. Again, I mentioned that, once you send an email, you have to be very careful that you've reread it. Make sure that all the wording is appropriate. You don't have your caps lock on so that it appears as if you're yelling. But again, that whatever the content is acceptable to your policy. I'll tell you of a short example that happened several years ago. Had a client where their employee, Michael, got an email from a friend outside of work, and it was a cartoon of a pornographic nature, and he thought it was very funny, and so he wanted to share it with a coworker, Matt. And as he opened up his address book at work, he went to go send it to Matt, but in his haste, he clicked on Michelle's name and said, and so that email went to Michelle and not Matt. Well, because of the way the workforce was designed, he could actually look out of his office window and see into Michelle's office. And he actually could tell when she received the email, because the look on her face was obviously in shock of what the content was. So he quickly got up and he went over to her office and he apologized. And he told her what happened, that a friend sent it to him, that it wasn't meant to be sent to her, and that he hoped that she wasn't offended. And of course, she said she wasn't. And he quickly left, and that was what he thought was the end of the situation. Well, about 18 months later, Michelle was terminated from the company for substance abuse and other violations of their company policy. But guess what she saved all those 18 months? She saved that email. And when she left, she was disgruntled and got an attorney to sue the company, and alleged with that email that this was the environment that she was subjected to while she worked there, that these type of emails were sent on a regular basis back and forth between employees, and that obviously it was a form of harassment, and that was one of her bases for the lawsuit. So what should have happened in that case? Well, obviously, Michael shouldn't have been getting emails like that at work or sending them to coworkers. But when he went over to Michelle's office and apologized, he should have asked her to delete it, which, of course, as we all probably know, you can't always delete everything forever, but at least it would have been done. But then he should have taken it a step further, and he should have went to his supervisor and told the supervisor of what happened. And although it may have been embarrassing for him to tell the supervisor what he had done, and he may have even received some disciplinary action himself, at least it would have given the company some basis to go ahead and have some documentation and some counseling and even a conversation with Michelle to make sure she realized that it wasn't intended for her, make sure that she was okay with this situation. Because then when this came to litigation, the company would have had some support to show that this was not the atmosphere that employees were subjected to at the workforce, and that it was an isolated incident, and that there was no harm done to her as a result of it. And it would have not caught the company off guard when they actually received the lawsuit and heard about it for the first time. So that's just to give you an idea of how these things, as simple as they may be, can escalate out of control. And so for the rest of the list, I think it's pretty explanatory what's acceptable. Magazines, look at the picture on the magazine, make sure it's appropriate. One that obviously would be your Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition, not appropriate for the workplace. So in the nonverbal harassment, I think this picture here tells it all. That female could be an applicant, it could be a coworker, a supervisor, and obviously the gentlemen in the back are either making positive or negative comments about her as she walks by. But if you notice, there's other people in the background, and they obviously may hear or see the behavior that is occurring, and they may be affected by what's going on. So remember, and you'll see it continuously throughout this presentation, it's not just the person that we're making the comments or the behavior towards, but anybody that's in the area that may find it offensive or inappropriate. So body movements, I think we understand. Facial expressions, that's eyebrows, any mouthing words silently as somebody walks by. We talked a little bit about emails, but any type of text messaging that might be inappropriate that other people might see. And obviously that could extend to our social media outside of work. Even though it might be your personal Facebook, you need to be very careful that you're not talking or posting pictures about coworkers or about the company in a derogatory manner, because that would be a violation. And then any type of damage that's taken against the organization's property or personal property, and that could be any type of sabotage. A quick story I have is a situation that escalated out of control again. A female worker who had been approached by a male coworker, and he repeatedly asked her out on a date for several times, and she kept turning him down. And she even told him, listen, I appreciate you taking some interest in me, but I'm in a relationship right now, and I really would appreciate it if you don't ask me out again. But he continued, and she kept saying no. The problem is she never took it to management. And so there was no intervention on the part to make this male employee realize that he was actually not only being inappropriate, but he was being very offensive to her. So what did he do? He felt that his feelings were hurt. So he went to her office one day after hours, and he took a black permanent marker and those nice little pictures that she had in her office cubicle area. He took and made X's on all the faces of her friends and family. And then she had a cute little stuffed teddy bear on her desk area, and he took a pin and he put it right through the heart of the bear, and basically demonstrating to her that she had broken his heart and that he was very hurt. Well, obviously, if she had gone to management or HR the first or second time that it happened, or even when she told him to stop and he didn't, they could have intervened and counseled him and basically had him stop or taken some disciplinary action against this individual. So again, we want to make sure that we try and stop these incidents before they escalate out of control to a situation that is not very favorable. Now, here's the other forms of harassment, and this is pretty new on the list, and it is now to be included in all harassment training, and that is workplace bullying, or known as abusive conduct. And you can see the definition of what it is. But if you look at bullet number 1, it basically and usually starts with verbal abuse. And again, this is not yelling down the hallway, telling a coworker or someone to save you a seat in the lunchroom. This is yelling and screaming and demeaning and maybe pointing fingers at somebody, using profanity, or threatening them, type behavior. And obviously, it is not only a violation of company policy, but again, depending on the content of that verbal abuse, it can be against the law. So if it makes somebody feel threatened or humiliated or intimidated, if it interferes with their job performance, or any type of safety at work, this is going to be considered workplace bullying. So who is protected? And I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, you might find some of this surprising. I think it goes without saying that all employees are protected under the law for this type of behavior, full-time, part-time, temporary employees, but it also extends to independent contractors. Anybody that's on the library property, whether it's for some sort of a landscape project or any kind of a construction project, whether it's for a day or for an extended period of time, they are protected. And you as employees are protected against their behavior as well. So again, if they're making comments or behaving or whistling or doing something that you find offensive, you need to make sure that you take that information to the appropriate party, supervisor or HR, so that they can go ahead and contact these people's supervisors and make sure that they understand that their behavior is unacceptable. It extends to job applicants, even if they're not hired, how they're treated on the property. And we go back to the third party, non-employee, anybody else that you come into contact during the day. And it could be any kind of a delivery driver, whether it's UPS or Pizza Man or something like that. So anybody that comes onto the property. And remember, as I've brought up before, the victim does not have to be the person harassed. It can be anybody in the area that is witnessing or overhearing, but who is affected by whatever that offensive conduct is. So we have to be very conscious of our behavior while we're at work. So retaliation. Very, very important area that we want to make sure that we don't participate in. And if we see any retaliation occurring at work, regardless of who's involved, we want to immediately make sure that information is given to supervision or HR so that they can intervene and resolve the situation as quickly as possible. So there's your definition up there, short but strong, of what retaliation is. And then I've included some examples here of what could be considered retaliation by someone if any of these things happen to them. And so especially if they're in that protected class where they are perhaps involved in an investigation already, whether it's involving themselves or a coworker about some sort of harassment or discrimination, if they are in an area where their job performance, however, is not up to par, and it has nothing to do with them being a part of an investigation. We want to make sure, especially in a negative evaluation, that we make it quite clear to the individual that this evaluation is based solely on their job performance, and it has nothing to do with their participation in the other investigation or lawsuit or whatever that case may be. And so basically it's so that management can move forward and exercise their supervisory powers to be able to continue to take their corrective or disciplinary action against employees. But again, we want to make sure that we have good documentation as to why these things took place, and to make sure that it doesn't include them being involved in anything else. So what do you do if you suspect retaliation? Or what do you do if you think retaliation is being initiated upon another coworker? Remember, that person may not realize what's happening to them is wrong, or maybe they don't want to say anything because they don't want to be terminated. But it is a violation of policy and against the law. And so we definitely want to make sure that if we know something is going on, that we get that information immediately to supervisor or to HR. And again, you're going to talk a little bit later on about your chain of command and what that complaint procedure is going to look like. But it's important that we make sure that this type of behavior stops immediately. And, that's the first line of defense, is asking somebody to stop. Because again, giving them the benefit of the doubt, they may not realize that what they're doing is retaliatory behavior. And maybe if it's brought to their attention and they stop, that should be the end of the situation. However, if it's not, and the company can't resolve the situation, employees need to know that they can seek assistance from outside governmental agencies. And that's something that HR will have information on. I will tell you, though, that if it's not handled internally, and not all situations can be, and if it does go outside, that the agencies, the process is very lengthy and overwhelming. It can become very expensive for the company, and the victim and any of the witnesses or any of the people involved in the incident are going to relive the situation over and over again. So it does become quite the process, and it can take years for it to be resolved. So that's why, regardless of how small a situation is, like somebody just bothering you and asking you out, we want to make sure that we stop that behavior as quickly as possible, or any retaliation if we refuse to go out with the person, so that it doesn't get out of control and get outside of the company. Okay, so in section 5 here, determining factors, we're going to go through this section, and then we're going to take a break so that you can discuss it a little bit more in depth as it pertains to you at the library. But as you see up there, DC Public Library has a zero tolerance policy towards any form of harassment or hostile work environment. And you can see what their determination, your policy states it is. But remember, that single incident can be a violation of your policy or of the law. And then down below, the conditions of employment, if they're altered or culminated in a tangible employment action, this obviously is against the law. If it's severe or pervasive to create a hostile work environment, then we have a situation that definitely needs to be addressed. And once again, anybody can be affected by the conduct, not just the individual, because a lot of times they're not. Maybe they don't really, it doesn't bother them that they're talked to in a certain way or whatever, but it's the people around them or people that are maybe included on an email chain that are affected by the tone of whatever the content is. So again, remember, the harassment does not have to happen face-to-face. It can be in other forms of communication. So as the determining factors are, these are the claim elements. You've got your complainant. That's the individual that was subjected to any of those 5 categories that we discussed earlier, that they found to be intimidating, hostile, or offensive. So we want to make sure we have that. And then the unwelcome conduct, if there was anything that affected their condition of employment, anything that affected them as far as being intimidating or hostile. And we'll go over the tangible here in a second. So intangible employment action, and you're going to go over this as well, but this is basically for supervision that obviously has the authority over somebody's day-to-day activities, but if they do something against the person similar to retaliation that takes away their day-to-day duties, their benefits, something significant, such as stated here, any takeaway of salary, benefits, vacations, things of that nature, because of any type of harassment behavior or conduct in the workplace, then it does constitute a tangible employment action and it is unlawful. And so, very similar to the retaliation list, as you can see, here we have some of the same components. The last three that I want to, definitely make sure you understand that if something happens to an employee from an abuse of power, from supervision because of some harassment type conduct, and if it affects or changes their benefits or their compensation or their work assignment, then obviously it qualifies as tangible. Okay, so I will take a brief break here and wait to hear back as to when to resume so you can have some further internal discussion in this area. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started again. We have two more sections to complete. And as you can see up on the screen, number one of the things that we want to make sure after today's presentation is that you have a clear understanding of the DC Public Library's written policy on harassment and hostile work environment as it applies to you as a violation of the policy and the unlawful uh, application as well. Now, one thing I want to say, however, is I don't think we expect you to memorize the policy, but what we do want you to understand is the fundamentals of what the harassment and hostile work environment is, and that if you have an employee that comes to you, especially supervisors, and they tell you of an incident or something that might be happening, that either you have a good explanation or answer for them. But the one thing I should say is that if you don't know how to answer their question, just direct them directly to human resources so that they can respond to them accordingly, depending on what the incident entails. The last thing we want to do is give them an inaccurate or incorrect answer, and then it later on comes back to haunt us because of something that we may have said that was not correct. And then I think number two goes without saying. Obviously, we all want to behave accordingly. There's a time and place for everything. We want to make sure that our behavior is acceptable and not inappropriate, and that our conversations at work don't offend other people, either the recipient of the conversation or those in the area. And then more importantly, remember, all of us have a responsibility to report anything that we might perceive or that is inappropriate to the supervisor or directly to human resources so that they can take some corrective action or intervene to resolve whatever the situation may be. Because again, we want to handle all of these type of complaints internally. So in review, what can an employee do? Obviously, the first thing we want to do, depending on the situation, of course, is tell the person no or to stop. And as I've mentioned before, typically that will end whatever the situation is. A lot of times, the person does not realize that their comments or behavior might be inappropriate or obnoxious and that they're offending anybody. But if you tell them that it is, usually they'll apologize and the behavior, like I said, will stop. But regardless of that, we want to make sure that we document what happens, that we have the date and the time, where it happened, any evidence, maybe an email or text message, or any other individuals that might be aware of the situation because they witnessed what occurred. Because that's going to be important to the supervisor and definitely to HR if they do an internal inquiry or investigation, that they have this information to move forward with. You're going to discuss your complaint process as far as how you handle grievances, but again, you want to make sure that you have accurate information. And again, unfortunately, if the situation's not resolved internally, there's outside agencies, whether it's local or federal, that might need to get involved. And again, it depends on whether it's a physical abuse or attack situation. But again, if it's a complaint that can be handled internally, that's the best for the organization. So these are going to be some of the components that are in your harassment policy. Obviously, the definition, and I think after the presentation, you pretty much understand what harassment is. I encourage you to have some role playing or have some examples so that you all understand what the threshold for the violation of the policy could be, because that's very important to understand. And then I'll cover a little bit on confidentiality as it applies to this presentation. I think we all understand the retaliation definition and what's acceptable and not. And then again, keep in mind that your company has a zero tolerance policy, which means henceforth, we want to make sure that all situations are treated with no disparate treatment, that all complaints are taken seriously. And again, understanding that threshold is going to make that a lot easier. So this is what the complaint procedure looks like in color. The only thing that might be missing here is a complaint that goes directly to the supervisor instead of HR. But again, that's going to be part of your discussion internally here after the presentation. But after the complaint is made, Human Resources then is going to take over and make the determination, and maybe with other members of management, whether it is handled internally as an inquiry or an investigation, or whether it needs to be taken outside and handled by an unbiased third party, maybe insurance investigation, maybe a labor and employment attorney needs to be involved, or maybe it's going to be handled by some sort of other governmental agency, again, because of whatever the content of the complaint is. And then as the process continues, HR will determine who in that circle will be on the need to know basis of the details of what's happening in the investigation. And again, we encourage that you stay a part of it and at least check in with HR to find out what's happening, where the matter is at. But again, they're going to be the ones pretty much that are going to determine who needs to know any of the details as the process continues. So confidentiality, one of the things that we should remember, especially being in supervision, is that if we have an employee that comes up to us and says, listen, I need to tell you about an incident that's occurred, and I need to tell you and ask that it be kept off the record or as confidential as possible. And one of the things that we need to obviously recognize in management is that nothing that we hear is off the record, and nothing can be guaranteed as absolute confidentiality. Because in an investigation or an inquiry into matters such as these, there's going to be several people involved, not just the person that's making the complaint, but then we have to talk to any witnesses. Eventually, we're going to talk to the person that is alleged to be the accused in the situation. We may have to talk to an outside attorney to advise the company on how to handle the matter. There might need to be insurance investigators involved in the situation. And again, any other employee witnesses or third parties to the situation to either corroborate or mitigate the situation that we're looking at. So nothing is absolutely confidential. However, the details of the complaint and that of what others are talking about or explaining through the process are going to be as confidential as possible. And the one thing that should be explained to anybody that is brought into the process and talked to part of the investigation is that the details and the conversations are to be kept confidential between those people involved in the complaint, and that if it is found out that it is gone outside of that circle, so to say, that it'll be looked at as a violation of policy, interfering with an internal investigation, and that person could be subjected to some corrective disciplinary action. So again, we want to keep it as confidential as possible, but there's no way in a case like this, depending again on the content of the matter, that it could be absolutely confidential. So again, we don't want to tell somebody something that, again, will come back to haunt not only those involved, but the organization itself. So in our final section here, taking a look at best practices, Again, it starts with having a clear understanding of the policy, and I think that's very important. And after today, you definitely should know what those thresholds of what's acceptable and what is not. And then, as I mentioned a little bit ago, uh, obviously the organization is not only going to implement the policy, but they're going to reinforce it going forward. And that is treating all complaints seriously, treating them all the same, no disparate treatment towards one individual's complaint to another's, making sure that everything has proper documentation, that all the records are accurate as far as the matter is determined. And again, we have to, even though we work with people day in and day out, we have to take out our personal biases and our disbeliefs that this person couldn't possibly have done what they've been accused of. First off, we don't want to make a comment like that, but we want to get the information to HR so that they can go ahead and handle the internal investigation or inquiry and make sure that they come to a determination of what exactly happened and who is going to be held liable. And then finally, I think we all know, especially after this presentation, that we're not only not going to allow any retaliation in the organization, but we are not going to engage in retaliation ourselves. And again, we want to make sure that if we observe any of this type of behavior, or we even perceive that it might be occurring, we want to make sure that we get it to the appropriate parties so that they can step in and resolve the situation. Remember, we all have a responsibility to protect the organization, especially as it pertains to its financial condition and that of its employees. So we want to make sure that we get that information to the appropriate parties as quickly as possible. And then last, obviously, we all have to be role models and we all should be conscious of our behavior at work and that of our coworkers. Okay, that concludes my presentation on the workplace harassment, hostile work environment. I will stay on live for a minute or so to see if there's any questions or needed clarifications. Other than that, thank you very much for participating and have a nice day. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Patty. I'm going to be your presenter for the Workplace Harassment Hostile Work Environment presentation. A couple of housekeeping notes real quick before we start. If there's any questions or anything you would like me to clarify throughout the presentation, please let Nicole know so that she can go ahead and send me a message. Please keep in mind there is a short delay in between the slides and when I'm talking, so it'll take me a few moments to get back to you as far as answering that question. And then we're going to take a couple of breaks here during the presentation for you to have some internal conversation about the discussion points, and I'll let you know where those are. So let's go ahead and begin. Here's our introduction and our course goals, and very important, we want to make sure that part of the presentation, we definitely create awareness and prevention from harassment leading to a hostile work environment. And we want to provide guidance for a workplace free from harassment and hostile work environment. And please remember that across the country, all employers are supposed to provide a safe and healthy workplace for their employees. And a part of that is making sure that you receive harassment training. So this is our overview, and I will sum it up by saying that we feel that if we provide an effective training, it can hopefully reduce incidents of potential workplace harassment, which leads to hostile work environments. We want to be able to provide some best practices to you to be able to prevent and hopefully identify any inappropriate behavior or conduct that occurs in the workplace early enough before it escalates to that of harassment. One of the things that you'll learn through the presentation is we are not only going to identify what is a violation of your company policy as it pertains to harassment, but also as it pertains to unlawful harassment. And as you see at the end there, harassment not only harms employees and employers, but anybody else that is in the area or involved in the activity as it occurs. So that can be patrons, any type of outside customers, or anybody really that is in the area witnessing what's happening. You know, and I believe that as it states here, it's everybody's responsibility to treat all people, not just those we work with, but all people with respect and dignity. And I think that if we do this on a daily basis, it will minimize any potential harassment or discrimination in the workplace. So these are our learning objectives. Some of them I'm going to go through more in depth than others. The first one, explain harassment laws. It's going to be like going back to school for a little while, because I think it's important that we learn where this all has come from and where we're at today and where it's going in the future. Also going to explain where it becomes unlawful, not just a violation of company policy. At number 4 is where we're going to take a break and discuss types and forms of harassment internally, and then I'll come back on and give examples myself. My background is in 30 years of doing investigations into harassment, discrimination, and workplace bullying or abusive conduct. So where it's appropriate, I'll share some examples with you to further explain these areas. And then we're going to wrap up with some best practices for hopefully avoiding harassment in the future. So here's our table of contents. At section 3 is where we will take that break. Section 4, who is protected, you may find a little surprising because it's not just the employees. And then we'll take a look at some determining factors. And then in section 7, wrap up, like I said, with best practices. And at the conclusion of the presentation, Nicole is going to cover with you in depth your new company policy for the library And you'll hear me say throughout the presentation, it is a zero tolerance policy, and we'll go into what that means as well. So let's take a look at the harassment laws. And we have 4 areas that we're going to take a look at. The first one is Title VII Civil Rights Act of 1964. This is where it all began, and we'll go over those categories in a moment. And then we have the AIDS Discrimination Act of 1967, and that basically is anybody that is over the age of 40 as it pertains to employment is in a protective class. And then I think we're pretty all familiar with the ADA, Americans with Disability Act, but we'll take a look at that too. Remember, in all of these, there's also what the perception is that also pertains to the particular acts. And then we'll wrap up with the District of Columbia Human Rights Act of 1977, which is an expansion of the Civil Rights Act. So in 1964, Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, it became unlawful for an employer to discriminate in any of these 5 categories when it came to hiring or discharging an individual from employment. And you'll see here in a few more slides how that area now has grown, and rightfully so, in more protection areas. And so then in 1967, it became against the law for employers to discriminate against anybody from employment over the age of 40. Now, keep in mind that doesn't mean that you have to hire somebody in this category that may not be qualified to work that particular job. So a good example would be you have 2 applicants, one in their 30s, one in their 40s, but due to the job description or the requirements that you need for that particular position, whether it's HR or in the process involved is a supervisor, you make the decision that you want to hire the person that's in their 30s. There's no problem in that. However, you must have some documentation to show why you did not hire the person in their 40s, just in case they find out that a younger person was hired and they try to allege that the reason that happened was because they were older and the other person was younger. So as long as you have the reasons for why that person did not make the cut, so to say, you should be covered from that protection. And then we have the Americans with Disabilities Act. I think everybody's familiar with ADA. Obviously, it protects all employees in any particular form of employment, as you can see up there. But also in this category, it's the perception as well, not just somebody that has a obvious physical or mental impairment, but there could be somebody that has a development issue. There might be someone that has a short-term medical condition that gives them a disability and puts them into this protective category. So we want to make sure that we understand the person's limitations and that we don't ridicule or not provide them with the same type of opportunities as other employees. So in further definition of harassment, of course, we have at the top the 1964 with the ADA and all included with it. But the second bullet is one that you'll hear about quite a bit in the presentation because it's a very serious and important area in employment that we want to make sure that all employees do not retaliate against any individual who might be a part of a filing for discrimination, whether it's about themselves or if they're participating in inquiry or an investigation about a coworker that made a claim of discrimination. We also want to make sure that the practices that we have at the company, if somebody wants to opt out of them for whatever reasons they claim, that there's no retaliation against them for whatever that belief may be. And just a couple of weeks ago, I was reading in the news, actually, of an employee who had been hired, and shortly after he was asked on a weekly basis on Monday mornings, all the employees would gather together and have a little huddle. They would all lock their arms in a circle, say a prayer, and then one by one they were asked to share something personal about themselves, either positive or negative, that had happened during that week. And basically, to let everybody at work know about that particular circumstance. And that made this particular employee feel very uncomfortable. He went and told his supervisor that he would prefer not to participate in the huddle on Monday mornings. And shortly thereafter, a week or two later, he was terminated. And they gave him some reason that he felt was not accurate. And he claimed that, of course, it was retaliation against him because he did not participate in this huddle. Now, obviously, if there was some documentation to prove that there was a job performance issue other than what he claimed, that might be different. But this was clearly a retaliation claim. And then in the third one, you can see that we want to make sure that we don't base any decisions on stereotypes or assumptions in these different categories with individuals, including their genetic information. And then last here is denying an employment opportunity to somebody because of their marriage to anybody in one of these protected areas. Obviously, this is a discrimination practice prohibited by Title VII. And also, as you can see here, if they participate in any school or place of worship associated with any of this, if they're denied any opportunity, that would be unlawful as well. So to go a little further into explaining what unlawful harassment is, remember, you have two types. You have against the law and you have a violation of company policy. And in both of them, harassment becomes a violation if it's persistent, severe, or pervasive. However, in both areas, meaning company policy and the unlawful area, a single incident could be prevalent enough to violate both of those areas. And an example of that would be maybe a actual physical altercation between employees, a heated argument, verbal argument where several employees are exposed to listening to a debate or something where profanity or racial slurs or insults are used against the individual. Could also be considered a terrorist threat. But if it creates an environment that is intimidating or hostile or obviously abusive for the employee or employees, then it is going to be unlawful and obviously a violation of policy. And if any of that occurs, it's going to create a hostile work environment. If it is an environment that interferes with the employees' individual work performance or their ability to perform their job, then it also is unlawful. And the one thing we should remember here as well is if we witness anything like this occurring with other employees, we all have a responsibility to bring it to the attention of management or HR so that somebody that's appropriate for this can step in and not only take corrective action, but resolve the situation so it does not escalate to the point of where it gets to being unlawful harassment. So in unwelcome conduct, what is harassment? Well, this is an expansion list on the 1964 Civil Rights. As you can see on the left-hand side, we have our original list. We also have our ADA and our disability categories, the genetic information, which of course, a lot of this should be kept if necessary to be known at work with HR confidentially. But let's take a look at the right-hand side as it pertains, number one, to the marital status. I think we should all keep in mind that just because someone is wearing a ring on their ring finger, number one, doesn't mean that they're married. And number two, doesn't mean that they're married necessarily to the opposite sex. So before we say anything to them, we want to make sure that we know exactly what their category is. And then as it pertains to personal appearance, this can be anything from the way the person dresses, their style, their hair. It could be a medical condition that has altered their appearance for a short period of time for whatever reason. But we want to make sure that we don't ridicule or insult anybody. Doesn't mean we can't tell people they look nice, but we want to make sure that we're not being over the top in that area and making them feel uncomfortable. The same thing with sexual information. If it's made public or it's discussed at work, we want to make sure that we don't spread any rumors or gossip about the person. And again, this is information that's typically confidential. Gender identity of expression is exactly what it means, but we should also remember that the gender identity of a person is what they feel they are themselves and not what the perception is by other people. So we want to be careful here that we don't make somebody feel uncomfortable or say anything inappropriate. Family responsibilities. This is a pretty big area because when we think of a family at times, we think of mother and father, but it's not always that case. It's not always a male and a female. It could be two males. It could be two females. The responsibility in the family could be geared towards their children, or it could be geared towards their elder parents. It could be extended family. It could have something to do with their children's school or something that is about their medical conditions. So we want to make sure that if we have information in this area that we, of course, don't make any comments or share it with people where it's not intended to be. And matriculation, covered that a little bit earlier, but anybody's education or intent for education or any place that they've been, we want to make sure that we're not making any comments that are inappropriate to them in that area. And then last, we have political affiliation. You might want to add in there religious worship also. We're not saying that you can't have conversations about politics or about your religious beliefs, but you want to make sure that it is a welcomed conversation to the other party. And again, we want to make sure that whoever is in the area that might be hearing what our conversation is about, that they will not become offended. And so we may want to ask if it's okay if they hear what we're talking about, or really leave those conversations to a break or lunch to where you might be off someplace a little bit more private. So what is a hostile work environment? Well, it's any form of harassment that makes the person feel intimidated or feel hostility or have experienced some sort of abusive conduct. And, again, we have to remember, even though it states here that it occurs when there's repeated incidents, depending on the content and the context of the situation, it could violate the policy and create a hostile work environment just from one single incident. And again, if we see something that makes other employees feel uncomfortable, we want to be able to bring it to the attention of management, because they may not want to say anything for fear of some sort of reprisal. But we want to make sure that everybody is comfortable when they're at work. So here it is, as far as harassment may be a single incident. And I think that goes without saying. It could be, like I said, a verbal argument or something. But again, if it's something that's going on a repeated or daily basis, one of the things that's the best defense here is being able to communicate to the individual that is the harasser to stop and let them know that what their behavior and what their conversation or comments are offensive to us, and that we would appreciate it if they would please stop. And I think that if we make that effort early on in a situation, we can prevent it from escalating to a point where it could either lead to some litigation or lead to something a little, more severe within the workforce. So we definitely want to make sure that we address the behavior and that we make sure that at least somebody in management or HR knows what is happening. Because one of the things we have to remember is that all employees, management included, have a responsibility to protect the organization from any harm, whether it's financial or whether it's against any individual. Because if something does happen, somebody other than and besides the organization could be held liable. So from a federal standard, this is what they typically claim is their definition for harassment. And again, even with your company policy, minor insults or an annoyance, maybe something very isolated, may not rise to the level where it's against the policy or against the law. But again, an insult still could be strong enough, severe enough to violate the law or your zero tolerance policy. So one of the things that you're going to discuss in your internal discussions here today is what that threshold looks like. Because remember, not everybody has the same tolerance for what is inappropriate or what might make them feel uncomfortable. So we want to discuss what that intimidating or hostile or offensive behavior may look like as far as violating your policy or the law. So here's what it looks like in categories. The violator of harassment can be the victim's supervisor. It can be a supervisor from another area. And the one thing I want to bring up at this point is, harassment does not necessarily have to happen face to face. It can be on the telephone, it can be over emails. And, again, we have to assess the situation to see how we respond to it, because I think we've all been a recipient at one point or another of an email that was maybe unintentionally written with all the caps on, and it appears as if the person is yelling at us in the email when in fact it was a simple accident that they hit that key. So it's not a bad idea when we see that, instead of getting upset with that individual, is just to let them know, hey, I got your email earlier and I don't know whether you were aware of it, but it was written in all caps. I don't think you were intending to yell at me in the email, but if there's something else I need to know, please share it with me. But again, allow the person the benefit of the doubt to apologize, or if there is something more festering, to let you know that as well. I think it goes without saying that the violator of harassment could also be coworker to coworker, two individuals that may not share the same ideas or get along very well. Again, we want to make sure that management or HR can intervene and settle the situation before it gets out of control. And then from an organization standpoint, externally, depending on what your job description is and who you deal with on a daily basis, it can be anybody that you come into contact with. Doesn't necessarily have to be an employee. It could be a patron or somebody from the outside that comes onto the property that harasses an employee. And remember, just because they're not an employee does not mean that we have to take that type of behavior. I've had employees in the past say, well, I really didn't think I could say anything because it was just the UPS delivery driver or it was the pizza man that was bringing food for lunch to the employees. But that's not true. If you let your supervisor or HR know about maybe their behavior or conduct, they can intervene and say something. Or if you feel comfortable yourself, just say, hey, listen, I don't appreciate your comments. I don't like the way you look at me. And I would like you to please be a little bit more respectful. And typically, most people will stop. They usually don't realize that they're being, like I've said before, obnoxious or out of line with their conduct. So, what does harassment look like on the emotional side? Well, I feel a lot of these lists here mirror that of domestic violence. And let's face it, we work with our coworkers day in and day out. We pretty much know them very well. We may not know all the details about their personal life, but we do know what to expect from them on a daily basis, their temperament, just how they react to certain situations at work. But if we start to see that person that we thought we knew starts to act a little depressed, or they seem to have some anxiety at work, they may act a little insecure, where in the past they were always very confident about what they were doing, or if they act frustrated. Depending on our relationship with that coworker, we may want to just ask them simply, is everything okay? Now, of course, we don't want to necessarily know every little detail about what might be happening in their personal life that may cause this, but it may not be their personal life. It may be something that's happening at work with somebody else, a supervisor or a coworker or a patron or a customer, and they're just afraid to say anything or they don't know who to turn to. And we definitely want to be able to get that information to HR so that they can go ahead and intervene and get the person some assistance so that the last two items on the list, hatred and anger, do not occur. Because I think we all realize that if somebody is to that point of hating people at work or coming to work or being angry, it could lead to things like workplace violence, which unfortunately we do see a lot of on the news today. So we want to be able to step in and try and take the appropriate steps to stop that before it happens. Because again, if we had knowledge that something was happening and we did nothing to help the situation and a workplace violence situation did occur, we could be held liable for whatever that negative conduct is. So if you don't feel comfortable approaching the person and asking the question, definitely make sure you bring your perception or whatever it is you feel might be happening with this person to that attention of management. Because I'll tell you, in a lot of the cases I've dealt with, people just don't wake up one day and decide to go to work and do something against their coworkers. It's usually something that's been festering for a period of time. And believe me, there are signs. They have shown the signs that are up here on the list. And if we would pay attention to them and get them some help, it may not escalate to a point where it has a very negative outcome. Okay, so here are the 5 categories of situations that occur in a hostile work environment. And we're going to take a short break here so that internally you can have some conversation about them. And then when Nicole tells me that you're ready, I'll come back and we'll go through it again. And I'll give you some examples that I have found throughout the years. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started again. And I'm going to go through the different categories here that you see up on the screen with some examples that I have for you that I've experienced throughout the years in different cases. So the first one, verbal harassment. I think it goes without saying the list that's up here, that they obviously all meet the threshold of not only being harassing, but a violation of company policy and things that will lead to a hostile work environment. The one I want to go over, though, is degrading descriptions of a person. It could be about a customer or a patron or someone that isn't even employed. It could be about a coworker or even a former coworker. But again, we have to be careful of who we're talking to about this and who might overhear us making these comments, because in any of those situations, it's inappropriate. And we definitely don't want to engage in that kind of conversation. Doesn't mean that we can't tell somebody that they look nice and that their outfit is nice or their hair is nice. But again, we don't want to go over the top and overdo it also, and make the person feel uncomfortable as well. And then I think if we take a look at offensive noises, that also includes whistling or mouthing any comments about a person as they may walk by or be in the area. Again, we have to be conscious of our surroundings and who might see us engaging in that behavior as well. And then I think the rest of the list is pretty self-explanatory. I do want to make a comment about insults or put downs. I mean, we obviously don't want to do that at all. And we don't especially want to do that in front of other peers or other coworkers when maybe perhaps speaking to an employee about a job performance or something that's specific to them. They may not realize that their tone is insulting, or they may be putting the person down. But if we want to have that kind of conversation, it should be done more formally in an evaluation, perhaps with HR present or another witness. But we definitely don't want to be insulting in front of other employees or other people at the library. Physical harassment can be anything from going up to an employee who may have had a bad day and we want to give them a little bit of a back massage or a neck massage, or we want to simply give them a hug to try and make them feel better. But the one thing that we need to be conscious of is whether they even want to be touched. And most HR that I deal with typically has cautioned their employees not to touch at all while at work. And if they feel compelled to do so in this particular area, that they should ask permission, or at least let the person know that they intend to do so. And if we're going to give each other a hug, we want to make sure that it's what they call a side hug and not a frontal hug, so that we're not touching on any parts of the body that might be uncomfortable to someone. The impeding or blocking of pathways, not only can this create a safety hazard, I've seen it happen where employees are simply horseplaying and trying to be funny with each other, but it could create a safety situation, especially if the employee is carrying something. But it also could be intentional, where they perhaps want the person to get hurt or drop whatever it is that they're carrying. So if this does happen, we simply want to say to the person, listen, please don't do that again. I don't want to hurt myself or drop what I'm carrying. And hopefully that's all that it takes for that employee to stop. Now, the next three, punching, pushing, and slapping, I don't think any of those should occur at work. Even if we're just joking around, going up to somebody and slapping them on the back and asking them how was their weekend or whatever. The first thing we don't know is, number one, if they have any sort of an injury or soreness in that area that might hurt them or exacerbate the problem. But again, we don't want to create a situation where we're becoming physical with somebody that may not even want to be touched at all. And then simply, in some states, those three categories are considered assault and battery. And so we don't want to put ourselves in a position where somebody can make that claim. And I think the last two categories are pretty explanatory. These would require outside agencies, law enforcement, and obviously not only against the policy, but against the law. Visual harassment. Here's a extensive list for you that you can take a look at. I'll make a comment on a few of them. The first one is pictures. I know we all want to bring pictures to work of our family and friends and maybe our vacation or something that makes us feel happy. But the one thing we want to take into consideration when making that selection, I've seen quite a few pictures in employees' cubicles or on their desks where the people in the pictures maybe aren't wearing appropriate clothing, or where the background of the picture has inappropriate uh, content. So we want to make sure that we keep those pictures at home and only bring in those that are appropriate. The same goes for posters, motivational sayings, maybe religious worship type uh, pictures or whatnot. We want to make sure that it's in good taste, that it's not offensive to anybody that might be coming into our office area. And then letters, this could be also emails. Remember, whatever you put in an email, make sure in your haste before you push send that you look at what you're sending, read it over, and make sure that it's appropriate, that you don't have any inappropriate words or pictures. I'll give you a quick story of an employee years ago by the name of Michael, who got an email from a friend of his outside of work. And it was a cartoon of a pornographic nature, but it was funny. And he thought he would go ahead and share it with another employee at work named Matt. So he opened up his address book to send the email on to Matt. And in his haste, he clicked Michelle's name instead. And so you can imagine that email that went to Michelle. Well, the way the office was situated, he could look out of his window and see her in her office. And he could tell exactly when she received the email because the look on her face was that of shock. She couldn't believe what he had sent her. So he quickly got up and he went over to her office and he apologized. And he told her exactly what happened. And she seemed fine with the situation. And, the incident seemed to come to an end. Well, about 18 months later, Michelle was terminated from the workplace for substance abuse problems and other violations of company policy, employee misconduct. But guess what she kept for 18 months? That email. And as she left as a disgruntled employee and engaged with an attorney to go against the company, she explained to the attorney, and it was in the litigation, that this was a regular behavior at the company, that these type of emails were regularly sent by employees back and forth, that management did nothing about it. They really didn't care. And so that made her feel very uncomfortable, and it was a form of harassment. Well, what should have happened in that situation was, first off, Michael should have never sent the email on to Matt. But what he should have done after he went and talked to Michelle, he could have asked her to delete the email. And again, it may not have been completely deleted from the system, but then he should have went forward to his manager. And even though it would have been embarrassing, and even though Michael probably would have had some sort of disciplinary action for what he was involved in, at least there would have been some documentation that it was an isolated incident, that it was an accident, it wasn't intended to be sent to her, that he did in fact apologize to her and asked her to delete it, and that management would have counseled her as well to make sure she was comfortable with the situation. And then 18 months later, when she would have tried to use it against the company, as she did, the company would have had some support to show that it was an isolated incident. The counseling and corrective action had taken place, that this was not the atmosphere that was allowed at the company, and management did not condone this type of email. So again, we have to think about what we do before we do it. I think you can imagine that. And I think the rest of the list goes without saying. You can probably imagine what some of these examples could be. I'll bring up the last one, that of magazines. Just make sure whatever magazine you're bringing into work to share with somebody else or put on your desk has an appropriate cover. One that is not appropriate, and I've heard complaints about in the past, is the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition. Definitely inappropriate for work and may be offensive to your coworkers. And so let's cover nonverbal harassment. I think the picture here pretty much speaks for itself. So you have either a supervisor or a coworker, or the female in the picture there walking is an applicant, and you have the two gentlemen behind making some sort of comment about her, whether it's positive or negative. And then in the background, there's other people, and whoever they are, they're either observing or may even have overheard what those comments are. And so we want to be careful again about our surroundings and what it is that we are engaging in, so that it doesn't come off as offensive or derogatory. As far as facial expressions, that also includes raising your eyebrows, making some mouthing motions or movement of words as the person walks by without making a sound. Again, other people may be watching. Electronic messages, this is, again, we can look at emails, remember to read them and make sure they're appropriate. But also this can go to any Twitter or Facebook accounts, even though they may be personal. If we are speaking of coworkers, supervisors, or the company in general, in those particular social medias, we want to make sure that they're not of an offensive or derogatory manner either, because that would be a violation of policy and could also be some sort of unlawful harassment. So we want to be careful that we either have their permission or that it's definitely not of a negative content. And then office or personal property damage, I think that is explanatory. We don't want to sabotage anything at work to show our displeasure with something or take it out on somebody's personal property. And I'll tell you a quick story, although it sounds a little over the top, but it was a situation where a female employee was asked out on a date repeatedly by a male coworker. And probably a few times into the advances, she told him again, no, and said, listen, I appreciate your interest in me. However, I'm in a relationship right now, and I would appreciate it that you would stop asking me out. And he did not stop, and she kept telling him no. And at some point, he had his feelings really hurt. And so he went to her office area after work one day with a permanent marker and those nice little pictures that she had on her desk of her family and friends. He put X's on all of their faces. And then he went a step further to show her how much she had hurt his feelings. She had a cute little teddy bear on her desk, and he took a pin and he put it right through the heart of the teddy bear to let her know that she had also broken his heart. Well, in this situation, this individual obviously needed some intervention and needed some counseling. But what should have happened early on in this whole incident is the female coworker should have gone to management and said, listen, so-and-so's asked me out a couple of times. I've told him no. He keeps asking me, and it's really becoming annoying. And then management, HR, could have intervened and made a formal corrective action to the employee, and it may not have gone to the extreme that it did. So I brought up earlier the situation of workplace bullying, or it's also known as abusive conduct. And you can see what the definition is here. But let's take a look at the first bullet, which is that of verbal abuse. And that's usually where it starts. And I'm not talking about yelling down the hall to a coworker and saying, hey, save me a seat in the lunchroom. We're talking about yelling, screaming, arguments, debates, maybe profanity, racial slurs, whatever it might be. It could be a terrorist a threat as well. What was acceptable in the workplace maybe 10 years ago in this area is definitely not today, and obviously, and rightfully so. This is offensive conduct, and if it makes a person feel humiliated or intimidated or definitely threatened while at work, it's definitely not only a violation of the policy, it's against the law, and it's a workplace bullying. So definitely understand that workplace bullying in the final area there is a misuse or abuse of power, and obviously it is not going to just affect the targeted person, but it's going to affect any individual that is in the area overhearing or witnessing the behavior. And if you see this type of behavior and it's not targeted at you specifically, you do have an obligation and a responsibility to report it to management or HR so that they can intervene immediately and make sure it doesn't escalate. So who is protected? I brought up earlier that you might be surprised because most of us think that it's just employees, and it is full-time, part-time, and temporaries, but it also covers independent contractors, those that are on the property, maybe to do some construction work or some type of extensive landscaping or something where they're only there for a day. They might be there for an extended period of time. Also job applicants, even if they're not selected for hire, they're protected from any harassment, but the employees are also protected on the other side from them harassing them as well. So if there is a independent contractor or down below the third party, non-employee, could be a delivery driver, UPS, FedEx, or pizza, those are just examples, and they are harassing employees, you don't have to take that behavior either. What you need to do is make sure that you bring your complaint to management or HR so that they can contact the appropriate person on that person's supervision side and make them aware of what their employee is doing to you. So remember, also, the victim does not have to be the person harassed. It can be anybody who's affected by the offensive conduct. And again, we do have a responsibility to report those types of behaviors. Very, very important. So retaliation. Here is a definition, short but powerful, of what retaliation is. It is against the law and it is a violation of company policy. I've given some examples here of what might be construed as retaliation against an employee, especially if they're in one of those protected categories where they're a part of an investigation or a discriminatory claim or any other protected class. It could start off with just a mere negative evaluation, but management should not feel that they can't take any disciplinary action against an employee that's merely not performing their job. As long as it is communicated effectively that the evaluation is for job performance only, that it has nothing to do with what their involvement is in other areas as it pertains to harassment or discrimination, then there should be no problem. But employers are not to take any retaliatory action against an employee in any of these areas if the person is in a protected class. And again, if we feel that it's occurring or we perceive it's happening to somebody else, we definitely want to question it, and we want to definitely bring it to the attention of human resources so they can look into it further or resolve the situation. So what do you do if you suspect retaliation? So to go a little further, obviously, as I've been saying throughout the presentation, in any retaliation or harassment or discrimination conduct, we want to make sure that our first line of defense is to ask the person to stop immediately. And typically that's all it might take. They may not even realize that what they're doing is retaliatory. They may not even realize that what they're doing is against the policy or it's obnoxious. And hopefully just asking them to stop will remedy the situation. But we definitely want to speak to a supervisor or HR. And after the presentation, when you cover your policy, you'll discuss a little bit further about who that assigned personnel, depending on the content or the situation, will be. You're also going to have to explain why, if it's you, why you feel that you are being subjected to the retaliation. So again, if there's any evidence of it, whether it's emails, conversations, voicemails, social media, if there's any witnesses that might be able to corroborate your claim or might have witnessed the behavior themselves, you definitely want to provide that to HR so that they can go ahead and do a proper inquiry or an investigation. And unfortunately, if it's not resolved internally, there are outside agencies that HR can tell you about that can help resolve. But I will tell you, we hopefully can handle these things internally, because if they get outside of the organization, not only can they be very lengthy in time to get them resolved, but they can be very expensive, and the victims and the witnesses and anybody that was involved in the situation has to relive it over and over again. And at times, depending on the claim, it can take years. Now, that's not to say that it needs to go outside of the outside of the organization, especially if it's of a physical attack or something of a more serious nature. Okay, so we're going to go through this section here on determining factors as it pertains to harassment and your zero tolerance policy. And then we'll take a short break before we wrap up with the last two sections. But right here again is your policy's determination of what unlawful harassment is. And again, keep in mind, however, that a single incident could be a violation in that area. And the one thing that we're going to go further and talk about here is how, if an employment condition is changed for an employee of dealing with harassment, culminating in a tangible employment action, which is usually from the supervisor, if it was severe and pervasive, to create a hostile work environment. And we'll explain that a little bit further here, what it means. So here are the claim elements as it pertains to this hostile work environment. And here's the complainant. This would be the person, the employee, or whoever that was subjected to an unwelcomed behavior or conduct in those 5 areas that we went over earlier in the presentation. So you can see if it made them feel uncomfortable, if they felt intimidated by what happened, or if it created that offensive work environment, then it meets the claim element. Or if the unwelcome conduct in those protected categories affected the term or condition of the person's employment, then we have a violation as well. So the definition of tangible employment action definitely falls under that of the supervisor, somebody that has the power or the direct authority over an employee's day-to-day work activities. So similar to retaliation, if something happens to the employee because they were involved in some sort of a harassment claim, or they didn't do something that the supervisor requested of them because they felt it was a violation of their rights. If it was something then that became tangible, meaning that it changed their individual job duties, if it took away their salary or kept them from an opportunity in that area, or if it altered their benefits, their vacation, or any other type of benefits that they might receive, that would be a violation and would be considered a tangible employment action. And this all goes back to the Title VII Civil Rights. So similar to that list that we saw earlier for retaliation, again, if these things happen to an employee as a result of something that they did not do for the supervisor, or they were involved in some sort of harassment investigation or something, and that supervisor took away a benefit, made a change in their compensation or the opportunity for compensation, or something that significantly changed their work assignment day to day, that would be qualified as tangible. And you're going to discuss this a little bit more on the break here coming up. Okay, so we'll give you a few minutes to go ahead and have your internal discussion on that. And then we will wrap up with the next 2 sections. So I'll wait to hear from you, Nicole, on when to resume. Thank you.